Hello. Welcome, welcome, friends and familiars. Good morning. Wait, this is survival. I don't want to be here. I want to be here, I think. To the door. Okay. I think what I want to do is do bigger wiring, less compact wiring, so that so that I don't know. It felt like the compact wiring is kind of like premature optimization. So I want to try to make it bigger. At least we can get that working, hopefully. I saw my notes on this. Yeah. So there. Cut to I think we do want to read that and just hopefully make some parts easier by actually having an on and off state rather than just making it a single pulse doing the same things each time. But we do also want a pulse-based one. This will do 2 pulses though. Because it'll pulse when it's powered and then when it's unpowered. Wondering if that's fine. It might be fine. Oh, you know, probably the better way to do it is just put the observer on this guy. That would be better. And in which case, I suppose just do that. I'm compacting again already, but that's an easy one. Come on, that's fine. Okay, so the first thing we want to do, I forget my notation. I changed the notation. I don't remember what it was. It's T. I think capital T meant do this one. I should have written it down. I changed it so that like I have capital and lowercase be different ones, so that lowercase is like, oh, music isn't on. It's on. It's not playing anything. So that lowercase is like the piston, and uppercase is the trigger or something like that. I don't really remember. Why is it not playing anything? What the heck? Oh, wait, is it? Is it off in the mod? Where was the mod settings for that? Oh, I'm not running in modded mode. That's what's wrong. My bad, hold on. That's why Lollipop didn't detect it. Audio stream? Oh, I'm not talking. Audio stream? Oh. No, I am. Dial. YouTube's dumb. Okay. Fabric loader. Oh, wait, hold on. Alright. Now we have music. Music delay off. Perfect. Do I have a fully manual version of the store set up? I think this one basically. Seems really quiet. Can you guys even hear that? Is anyone even here yet? No. I'll ask when someone's here. YouTube, I swear the bitrate's not 0. Are you okay? Okay. Okay, so we shouldn't need that. Should be good with just this, right? And that's... Yeah, that's the whole setup, I think. So it's that one first. I just want to be lazy and not have to zero take levers all the time. Okay. Okay. This is Hightail Clone. Hey Jerry, welcome, welcome. This is Minecraft. Maybe you've heard of it. How's it going? Let's see. What was N? Oh, near. This one. Bottom on. Top on. As opposed to ticked. Is that a thing we can do? Probably. Let me see real quick. Okay. So that back. So we say bottom on, top on, bottom off, top off. Oh, that does not quite work super well, does it? I have mixed opinions on Palworld's Witch game. On the other hand, sheep. Nice. I vaguely remember it. It didn't look super appealing as I recall. Weirdly. What was it called again? Oh, Nevergrave. Oh, that's the one you sent the screenshot from? I didn't realize. And the sheep was twice the size of your main character and every other NPC around your size, so you're not a child. I love that. I love that in World of Warcraft they had the mountable battle rams. It was so cool. Okay, so that's really not how that works then. Oh, really? It's just a T star. Maybe that's how it works on the opening. Or the closing. Yeah, and it does need to do it again, so it is just T star both times. Oh, wait, no, I see why. There's a line in front of it. Supposed to be on or off. I get it. I get it. That's not much different than normal, though. Hey, Turburger, welcome, welcome. Good morning. What's going on here? We're messing with the door again. I don't know if you saw the last one. Did this a couple of weeks ago. I was trying to get it to work. This was the initial thing, but it is not working very well. So I wanted to retry. I forget. One sec. So if we do... Does this fire twice? I think it does. I think I only fired once. You know, has a door coating redstone sort of stuff going. It just only just barely started. Welcome, Spirit Greed. Good morning. Flying machine 3x3 door might be a better choice. No. The thing about the flying machine doors is they end up looking like they end up basically looking like this, right? So it's not really gonna look like what I want. But yeah, I'm hoping to do like this looks big, right? But this is my attempt at starting compact, which is not good. So I'm thinking we're just gonna start really big. And then hopefully that will help get something that actually works, and then we can try to make it a little more compact. Though I'm also tempted to change the piston layout. I'm not completely sure yet. I think this is kind of normal for how a block swapper would work, though, in this situation. Okay. So anyways, we want this essentially to let's see, we want dust in front of this guy, I guess. Because we're going to be connecting like several things to this absorber, so we need some dust there, and this dust is allowed to go right there. It goes through here because this guy's transparent. So that should be fine. Then into repeater. Yeah, I mean, that's fine. Though actually, probably just putting it on one's fine. Okay. Then, or wait. I don't know. That's fine. Should be fine, maybe. Guess we can just test each bit, huh? This goes off faster. That's crazy. Okay. So we'll do... Still goes off faster. That works. Oh, right. Try the whole sequence there. It doesn't need to be as delayed. Okay, that's good. Then if this is on, we'd want to fire this one. If this is on, we'd want to fire this one. You know what? I wonder. Let's do this instead. I swear I'm not compacting it. The reason for that is because then I can go through here. And we can go... I should really use like wool or something. Everyone uses like colored wool lines, and for some reason I can never make sense of it. Even though it obviously makes more sense. I can never make sense of doing it. I can make sense of like reading it. Is red the worst choice? I guess I can just fill replace too. Is this cyan wool? Was this cyan wool? I don't even need to replace actually, because that's all blue. And do it here though. And then 2 more up, so 5. Okay. Actually, didn't want to. I'm gonna erase that. I don't know if I need that or not. I think I probably might. We can also just do this going back one, I suppose. Gross. Whatever, I'll fix it later. The important point is oh wait, important point is just doing that. Okay. That should be good. For doing that. Then oh. Actually, I need to delay this anyways. This should only power that one. This is what will power that. So good with commands. I was horrid with them when I used to do creative and use them to help clear areas and replace. Oh, like slash fill. They're useful to know, especially slash fill. All the coordinates. They autofill. So like when you do slash fill and you press space, these coordinates that it's showing you here is the block that you have selected. So you can see like the black outline on the block, right? It's that block. So then you just tab complete it. Once you start to appear, press up to loop around and then hit tab and it fills it in. And you can just let it error and go to the next block and select that. Super simple way of doing it. Yeah, fill is a good one to know. I would say in terms of fill, like the best ones to really understand of these is just replace and maybe hollow. I use hollow sometimes. I don't really use the others. They're not that useful. I think outline's probably useful, but I don't remember what it does. But replace is really good. you can, say what you want to replace. And hollow just makes the inside hollow. It does actually replace the inside with air, though. So if there was stuff in there that you want to keep, I think it'll delete it. Pretty sure. Okay. Do how longer will it take you to finish the current thing you're on? Hard to say. I'm not doing very well on it. I'm not doing very well. I have no experience with piston doors, really. And I've watched some tutorials on them, but they never really explain them. Like the logic behind designing them anyways. And this is not one that people make tutorials for, So I'm doing my best off the cuff. Though I think I really want to change the piston layout. I don't think I can, but I really want to. I just want the sequence to be better. Like even now, I said I wanted to just get something working, but staring at the sequence so far is just not, I'm not happy with it. Ugh. I'm very tempted to try adjusting maybe like this, how the triple piston extender works. I'm not exactly sure what the issue is with it either. See what saves this in. I just got that one, so we do the bottom again. Do that one. Bottom. That one. Lever. That, and then oh right, that's what this is for. We can one take that to get that up. Like I wonder if we could always one take that. See what people do, redstone stuff, moving fences, etc. Ladies gonna be made. Yeah. There's a lot of cool redstone stuff. Not all piston doors and whatnot, but they are very fun. or what other option there might be. I suppose a completely different option could be pushing the gate up and then pulling it back down after. Oh, you wouldn't be able to pull it back down, would you? Not easily. You can push it back down. But I wouldn't want those pistons on the other side. Okay. So, one thing I would like to do is figure out if we can one tick this every time. I know that currently what this is doing is mostly related to what this is doing. So it's unable to do that so easily. But I want to give it a shot. So let's put that there. So it did kind of work. In terms of it putting it back, but it didn't get this back, and it seems to struggle with that. But what we could do theoretically is just pull this observer out at certain points. So we do this, remove it so that it's up there, and pull that down, pull that down. That would technically work. Definitely silly. And we can just do that without pulling that or putting that back in. Hey Buzzy, welcome, welcome. Good morning. Oh wait, actually we don't want to do that, do we? That's all reset now, okay? Huh. This is stupid, but I kind of like it. Let me... What is the order for this one? We can always move that like over to the side too if that makes more sense eventually. So for the opening sequence, we have probably. T1, R1. Is it? We'll call it this. Yeah, okay. T1, R1, S1. Okay. T1, R1, S1. Then bottom plus T1. Oh, I see. Observer. Except that doesn't... I see, that doesn't quite work anymore. Interesting. I wonder why. Or what another option might be. Why did this work before? We do still need that for like the triple part though, to get higher, to get this guy. You can't put anything here. That's weird, actually. I really don't know how that worked. Was this pushing a powered piston? Is that what happened? There's no way, right? I don't think that's possible. Oh, okay, I get it. So this observer is powering this block, right? That's powering this air block here. That's powering this. Essentially, that's how QC works, right? And then this this repeater is updating this piston so that it actually fires. Okay. So maybe this would work with dust then. I don't think it's powered for long enough. At least that's my theory. I don't know for sure. Confusing for me, but sheesh, at least you know what to do. Will you be adding us into your world after it works? Yeah, after it works, we will be. Hey Screw, welcome, welcome. Good morning. Ugh. So dust doesn't work. I wonder. Let's step through it. take 4 to turn on. Or yeah, it turns on this time. Okay, so that one fired. This one just fired, so it's powering this block. I guess that would give this power. Oh. Wonder if that's it. So when that depowers, this also gets power. It's only just now getting the power though. I think I disturbed it by removing the block. Yeah. So what is updating this? Is this updating this? I think it might actually be the case that this isn't powered for long enough because it doesn't depower when this needs to, when this is up for block state change. So relying on a really weird timing thing, I guess, with the four-tick repeater. I don't think we'll be able to emulate otherwise. Though I think that does mean that we should be able to possibly emulate that another way. Kind of surprised that didn't work. Not sure. It's just really unique that that works. Maybe we just have to keep it. Doesn't update it. I wonder. See piston. Like I'm pretty sure this should, in theory, work. Because it's powering this, which should bud power this. So we just need to get this updated. And I'm not sure why it's not. So even if this is glass, glass would normally not power that, but even if this is glass, it should theoretically work. Okay. I would think that this would be enough to update it. But it doesn't seem to be, and I'm not sure why, or if it's not enough, because this dust is definitely not powering this. We could easily show this. Does nothing. And that just updates. Fine. Fine and dandy. No issues. Oh, because it has the dust there. Okay. So you guys can at least see what I'm talking about. Hopefully that makes some amount of sense. But this is the one that's getting powered. Which is powering this. Because that normally doesn't work. Interestingly. Okay. So what are other ways to make this work? We just need something to update this in the same tick that this gets hit. Which, like, yeah, that works, but it's obviously not going to be, it's not going to fit. Magic will come, there's no coincidences. What? Just that if I could get this to work, that'd be nice. I don't think we necessarily need it, but it would be nice. Ultimately, what I'm looking for is a way to one tick this guy more easily. Possibly this guy. Hey Nissa, welcome, welcome. Good morning. So you have the hat on, you are doing redstone wizardry. It's true, it's true. I'm trying my best to figure this out. We started and then I was like, I'm not happy. So we're looking at more options for this. Helps to get one tick. Repeaters, redstone switches, etc. Yeah, the typical method to one tick things is observers. Because observers only output 1 tick when they see a change. But repeaters on 1 tick will only output 1 tick, of course. They can do they can repeat the observer signal just fine. Levers can 0 tick. They do this. But that's not something you can put in a contraption, it's just for testing. This is, of course, all only relevant to Java. Bedstone tricks are very different. Bedstone, Bedrock. Bedrock, Redstone. But one of the major problems is that I need a way to 1 tick into this block specifically in order to place this one down. As if you guys don't know, when you 1 tick or 0 tick a sticky piston, it drops the block, right? And so that's how we're able to do a system where we can grab a block as well as leave it there. That's one of the fundamentals for piston doors, right? So what we need is this guy to be able to 1 tick this so that when this is here, it drops that off on closing. So that's unfortunately like uncompromisable, but I still want the ability to 1 tick both of these separately if possible, but having this block swapper in the way is making it very difficult. I don't think I ended up with any way to potentially change this. We could technically 1 tick this guy pretty easily on certain parts because of this block. Certain parts of the sequence. Granted that it also 1 ticks this guy, but that's fine. So maybe I can actually make use of this block. It's not something I really thought about, but it's very possible. Okay, so say we do this. Right. So we want to get that guy. That's all if I keep this, but maybe that's fine. Look at this. Then we want to one tick that. That works pretty well for the closing. Or for the opening, rather. And for closing... Oh, that's so much nicer. That closing is crazy nice. It's very different from the opening, though. Okay, let me write all that down. So, for the opening... Still have to do that one. So T1R1 S1. Yeah. And bottom. Though maybe we don't need the S1. So if we left that there, we can just do this. Can't do this. So if we did T1R1, call this RT1. You were streaming today, by the way. Your voice made my day. I'm glad. And you're welcome. I'm sorry for not streaming all week, but I was busy with stuff. So I did, well, I finished most of it yesterday. Unfortunately, it took all week, so I didn't get to doing any work on this like I had hoped I would. That's why we're doing it now. Okay, so RT1, and then oh wait, hold on. Let's not commit that. Yeah, okay, never mind. We didn't need to do that. Wait, what? Oh, because it... right. Hold on. So if that was up... I'm lost. I got a little backed around here, so... We do... You want to get that. R1. Then we do the bottom. T1. Or bottom and then RT1. Which is better. Okay. Well, thank you, YouTube, for not being stinky this morning. Oh, that's good. Is it getting closer? Yeah, right now we're just figuring out the new layout and gonna see if that is more functional than the last one. It's a long way from getting done. Okay. So B1, RT1, or B plus, RT1, B minus. And then we can do oh, interesting. Interesting. So even when that's okay. Comes out looking like a kanji. Well, you can be the judge of that. Somehow during all that we did pull this down and I'm not sure how. Oh, okay. So we did that twice. So all that. RM1, RM1. R1, R1. Then B plus. Top. T1. Or T1 rather. Capital T1. And then bottom minus. And then I think RT1 or no. No. Okay. RM1. And then far one. Like that. Perfect. I don't think we need these. I think I'm liking this so far. We'll see though. We'll see. And then RM1 again. Alright, so that's open. I'm lost. Oh, sorry. All the numbers and stuff that I'm mumbling are just they're identifiers for which observer and which piston are firing, essentially. Or particularly, I guess I've been counting it by observers exclusively. Yeah, I have been. R just means right, and then top, bottom, middle, near, far, that sort of stuff. The one is the tick count. So I'm doing plus for on, minus for off, and then 1 for 1 tick. That's my notation, not that you can see it. Also, hi Fed, good morning, welcome, welcome. Alright, so closing this, we have RM1, near 1, then this helps a bunch. Alright, good, good, good. Near 1. It's interesting that this doesn't update this one, but it updates for this guy. So that's a near one. Gets that in, then RM1. R1. RM1. R1. Uh-oh. I think it's just bottom. I don't think we could one tick that or anything either. I think that's just like B2. Something to study on the VOD. Well, my notation's not going to help you. It's a one-off notation. Okay, so the closing sequence is really easy. The opening sequence is not so easy. But I wonder if we could make it better. Like, if there was a block here. Whoops. Shoot. It doesn't help. I'm just curious. I kind of didn't expect it to. So I noticed that there's only 2 times this is actually used, and I'm wondering if we can maybe reduce that to 0 or something. What if there was a note block there? I don't know what note block updates look like. Okay, no, it doesn't work. So if there was one here, it would work. But obviously, can't really just put a block there. That's where the storage is, you know? Oh, but there is... We could just have a block here. But we still run into this issue where we need this to function. We need that double extender to do its job. Oh, but that said, this doesn't need to be a 1 tick anymore because we're not using it to drop the block anymore. So this can be something, this can be another mechanism entirely. Like it could just be a torch. Yeah, I suppose that would. But in theory, it could just be a torch. That's it. That's the only 2 options we have for going up. I don't think this works, but I'm genuinely not sure because, like, we can do this, right? Don't question it, right? But can we do no? So it's not strong power, it's weak power. Funny looking lamppost. It's not a lamppost. It'll look like this door, and this is just like a test door, so I didn't copy the whole thing over. Though, actually, this will work now, I think, actually. So maybe that's good enough. Hold on. So we can do top, right, bottom, top, bottom. No. Okay. Oh, and then we do bottom, top, oh, oh, I see. Yeah, we can do that. No. So it doesn't quite work. Seeing the vision, yeah? Only we could see the solution. I wonder why it's like that. So let's watch it, I think. I'm pretty sure I understand it, but it's just that this depowers too soon is the problem. Hmm. I'm sure there's a good way to do this besides the repeater. I don't have an amazingly good reason for getting rid of the repeater. I honestly just want to get rid of this whole left side as much as possible. I think we'll just have to keep it like that. Unfortunately. One thing that I'd like would be to have that just pull it normally, but it's fine, I guess. So how about on the starting sequence, can we get rid of it? So at the moment, we use this one because these don't work. Even though they technically power this, they don't work. One option might be powering these two at the same time. Might make it work. Be a good way of doing that. I am not entirely sure this will work, but it might. So if we essentially take that away, put you there, and do this. I wonder if that actually output a signal. Nick, freeze. Yep, it did output both at the same time, so that powers this, which I would think would update this one. Oh wait, this isn't powered, so this would have to be like this. But I don't think... Oops. What did I just break? How did I just break? Okay. Yep. Yep. Let's try this with that at the starting there. That does make it work. Interestingly. Unfortunately, it's not very helpful, but it is interesting. Formula don't work, you eat it. So we open to all possibilities. Gotta say it's original. It is very original, unfortunately. I would rather just follow a tutorial. There are like hipster doors, which are kind of what this is, but not quite. I've seen a couple underground like 3x3s and stuff. I've never seen a tutorial on it, but I've seen people that made them. I'm actually not 100% sure they were 3x3s, but fully underground doors of some sort, which is more what this is. And doing this myself is making me realize how impressive that is. For sure. For sure. But yeah, just having a block here doesn't make this work, right? No. Let me try to no block and stuff too. Not that I would want one there, I don't think. Having one above it. I definitely don't want one here, but this doesn't make it work either. No. If we did this instead, that would work. But it would be in the way. Anyways, I mostly just want to reduce the number of moves for the opening sequence because it's kind of ridiculous. Minus, I suppose rather than RM1, 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 we can just hit that again, but so we can make that T1S1. These are like completely different sequences. Now, this one can happen like at any point. S1 is storage one, by the way. It's the bottom one, so this would be RB as well. So you don't want too many interfering. I'm not sure what you mean pulling them back then down, but if you mean this thing, yeah, that's essentially what this is doing. This pulls it to the right and then pulls it down here. In terms of interfering, like the only interference that we're trying to avoid is, for instance, if this is up, we don't want this guy taking the piston. That's the real issue here, and that can also happen here. If these guys fire at a weird time, they'll steal the piston. Yeah, this one can go anywhere. Doesn't have to be there. It could be here, which is probably the better place to put it. Wonder if we'd always do T1, R1, S1. Could we make it do that? It'd be B plus RT1. T minus T1 R1. T1 R1, and we could do S1. That would be fine. So it could always be T1 R1 S1. Maybe, hold on. Because then we still have this issue where it has to be this. We could do T1, but we could not do. Well, we could do R1 S1 here. It would be fine. Then, so that could all just be a set sequence. Then the main problem is the rest of it. Gonna B minus. Turn that off. And then it's either T1 or RM1. Yeah, that over RM1's faster, and then R1. And RM1. We could do either RM1 there or bottom. The RM1's faster. For that, that's what I was doing, yeah. You got it. So like if we can have repeating patterns of pistons firing, it helps a lot with the wiring, right? So the fact that we can do this one and then this one and this one and sequence every time will help a lot. Yeah. So that helps. That does help, but we're still not quite reduced enough. And the other problem is that they're not very close together. This one's over here, and then it goes to this one, and then that goes to this one. Kind of obnoxious. So other thing is these guys. So if we close this up real quick. Right. That. Okay. So if we close this up real quick. Now I want to try one other thing. So we do T1. R1, S1. Then this part here. So if we do that, I have it set that we want to do this one, but could I just do another T1, R1, S1 sequence? And I don't think I can. But it does depend a little bit on timing, because if we did R1 while this was up, it wouldn't be a problem, but I think that timing wouldn't work because then that would also just be up when it needs to pull these. So that wouldn't work. And we wouldn't be able to T1, R1, S1. We wouldn't be able to make this one like RT at all. No. This definitely has to be T1. Kind of annoying. The way we could get those would be if we fired S1 again. I don't know if I want to do that. We also don't technically need to do S1. In any of those cases, I think we could do the middle one just fine. Okay. That might be the best we can get it. I like the closing a lot. I'm not fond of the opening, but we can try it. Oops. Just have to open it for you. That's what redstone is. It's just a really dumb slave, so you have to, like, you know, tell it everything. Okay. So we have this set up to do the top and then the right and then the storage in that order. So I think this is probably a good start. I have it set to do the bottom after that, which is probably not a problem. I think that'll actually be okay. the main problem is that you need to do it twice. And then no more for the opening sequence. So like it does this full loop down to here, and then this guy should okay, the first time we power this, it should then power this space before unpowering. And then when it unpowers, it should start the loop again. And then it repowers. And when it repowers, it starts the loop again. And so it keeps itself powered for a little longer than necessary, or it might repower itself. But then it ends and then it does something else. So how do I do all of that? And try it with copper bulbs, maybe. So I think so for the first one, see, we want this so that when this turns off, it fires it again, right? So have an observer watching maybe this guy or this guy. Or no. Or do we want that? Because I would leave it on. I don't want to leave it on. At least I don't think so. Yeah, because this wouldn't turn off. We do need it to turn off. And that's technically supposed to that would turn it on when it turned on, not when it turned off. That would turn this bulb on and push it up when it turned on. Then when it turns off, that would pull the bulb back down, leaving it on. And powering this. Okay. Then that would power it both when this turned on and when it turned off, though, would be one thing, but I think that's okay. Maybe. So it would turn on for the first time when this turned off. It would turn on the first time this turned off. And then that would cause this to turn on again, which would turn the bulb off and push it up and turn this off, which would cause this to turn on again, which is actually what we want. And then the B- would pull the bulb back down and not turn it on. So it would still be off, and that's actually exactly what we need. Awesome. So that works for that. The one problem being is that I only want this part to turn on. I only want this circuit to start when this is closed, so we'll have to change the input to something else, but for now it will leave it. It's probably fine. So that does work for that part, which we can test it. Oh, I see what's going on. So this needs to be glass. Because that's power, that's lighting the bulb when it turns on. Okay, let's reset this. The other thing is that we'll figure that out in a minute. Not exactly sure what was happening there, but we can figure that out. It's probably just timing, but the thing that's bugging me is that this doesn't seem to be working, even though this is powered. Oh, okay, right. Because this is 4 ticks, and this is also 4 ticks, so this isn't staying on long enough for this to work. That's fair. That's fair. Even though this is also 3 ticks. This takes 2 ticks to turn on. Gotcha. So do we need this here, or do we want this to be further in? When do we want it off? I think, yeah, actually I do want it to be over here. That doesn't have to be that anymore. That should be okay for that part, so maybe that'll work. Not quite. So what is the problem? Well, it's still too slow, I think. This doesn't seem to work without vortex, so I can't just shorten that. Pretty sure, at least. We just need this to power for longer. So we could do that, which might be a problem. No, it's not working. Because it's not starting to power this soon enough. So we need it to start powering that sooner, as well as continue powering that. So if we do that there instead, and then to this, would that power this too early? Let's do that too. does... Like, I would like these to be consistently on, and it's not quite doing that for me. I don't know if that's the issue though. It might be. Okay, let's instead change this model. Entirely. So that essentially what we're going to do is have a redstone block there and then a sticky piston like that, and then we can set an observer onto this guy somehow. That'll power this. That's not what I want. Oh, this will power that. Also not what I want. Let's push this over instead. Oops, we don't mind if it's big right now, we just want it functioning. So, we want to power the bottom. We want to keep the bottom powered while this one's powered for the duration of this power. And then unpower after. And we need something to power this guy. Yeah, so we can move this over. Okay. Then we can do this. And that should work. Of course, timing probably won't work, but it is a start. Oh, right, because that will power both when that turns on and when it turns off, wasn't it? Right, it would do that. It would do that. Because it's not one tick. I don't think it can be. Maybe it will just drop this one. That won't work either, but it's equivalent to what I was doing. How do we get you powering? Or how do we get this powering as long as this one? Maybe. Maybe I can get the power out of this somehow. This here, though, which is part of the problem for that. I think. I really wish I could get this to communicate. That would be awesome. It's not that every time this is on, this needs to stay up, though. It just needs to, if this is extended and this is on, it needs to stay extended. I don't know the way to do that. And still have this work. What happens if I power this one? Just this one. I suppose it might QC this one, but this one's getting the update, and this one can't push it because it's pushing currently. So I don't think there is a state where this one could be unable to push, but this one could be. Ah. Oh, right. We could maybe do it with a proper extender. So essentially, that works by feeding into a block and having a line on the side like this sort of thing. This is how it works? I don't remember. This would just be infinite. I think I did it wrong. Is it the other way? That's not connecting to that block. No, that's not how that works. How does it work again? Something like that. I can't think of it. Okay. Or wait, I think it's like this. Yeah, that's what it is. So then we put a regular bulb. Right there, and then we put a pulse here. Yeah, that's how it works. Okay, cool. So that might work, maybe. The immediate issue is that the output is right there. So it doesn't have to be, but do it maybe like this. That should be fine. Okay, so essentially we want we need a target block there because it's coming from the side. Then essentially this would be a problem too. Do that. And I think we could also do this to get it started earlier. I don't know if that would be a problem. It would be, yeah. We could do earlier like this, so then it will take 4 redstone ticks to get this powered. And 3 to get started. That might probably, yeah, I think that works. Well, it didn't infinitely repeat. That is a good start. Hey Gabriel, welcome, welcome. Good morning. It didn't do what I wanted exactly, but it did stay up a long time. I just didn't fire this. And so if we can figure out why I didn't fire that, then we'll be set. Oh wait, it didn't fire that because this isn't freaking connected. That's why. Okay. There you go. Now let's try that again. So still firing infinitely and not firing this at the right time. Probably we need this to come from here, maybe? But no, because we want this to fire when this turns off. It's not like, it shouldn't be doing a self loop, right? I guess it doesn't matter. Daughter is into doors. No nice work yet. We're still trying. We're still trying. I can get this bit worked out. That'll be very helpful. It's starting to pull it down. So let's go through this quickly. I haven't really just looked through it and done the math. Fires that, fires the 3 ticks later. So this is the one we care about the most, right? So after this, oh well, okay. This is on for 3 ticks. We'll fire that twice. So yeah, we'll fire that far too soon. Which is a bit of a problem. What we could do... No, wait, that doesn't work. But what we could do is... Well, let's just... Yeah, let's go back to this for now. Stop. Just saw Hightails yesterday update, 500 new blocks. Half of them are creative exclusive. That's interesting. I'm sure they'll be released soon. Have red block, blue block, yellow block, pineapple block, pizza block. Probably do have red block and blue block and yellow block at least. Perhaps someday they'll have a pineapple block. Alright. So this is... This... And 3 ticks, right? Comes in here. Turns on in 3 ticks. And it stays on for 8 ticks. So then powers this 3 ticks. This is 1 tick delay. Doesn't matter because it matters when it turns off, right? Oh, I guess that's part of the problem. Maybe. So this turns off. So basically it pushes the bottom up and we're waiting for RT1 to fire, which doesn't fire because we're not there yet. Was this RT1? No. Okay. So we're waiting for that to fire. We need to fire this. Okay. While that's on. That's fine. And then that turns off and it should start the top again. So this starts after that. And then this turns on. Again. While turns on again. Well, it should be enough ticks after that is done. Then this would turn on for the 8 ticks, right? So this turning on would fire this again. So this should stay on for 8 ticks, and this should turn on after 1, 2, 3, 4, 8 ticks. Oh. Okay. That should keep it on for longer, which should hopefully make that work. We'll see. It's firing a lot. Okay. You're not supposed to loop forever. You're not supposed to fire that often. Don't really understand. Step through it. Puts that on, then we should take step 4, 7. Okay. Then gets over to here. That's just now extending. I would expect. Oh. I guess that's okay. What block is that wave oxidized greenish one? A new, I'm assuming? You mean this one? Copper bulb? I don't know what you mean wave. Unless you mean this. This is just wool. Okay, so I just started that. It's fine. So then, once that's done, oh, I see. So this was supposed to hit prior to that one falling. So there is a space there for that to hit, but it's very small. I didn't get it in time, but we can 0 ticket. Whatever. Okay. So then, at some point soon, that should... Okay, so that just turned off, presumably. I don't know why else that would stop our fire. The power level wouldn't change. The power level does change. Oh no. Oh. Okay, so that's a problem. Interesting. That explains why it was spamming so much. Let's do that. That should fix it. Not the wool. I know the wool. I only got a glimpse of the name. I assume it's a copper one. If you mean this one, yeah, it's a copper bulb. It's not super new. It came out with the trial chambers, which was 2 years ago, I think. Or almost 2 years ago. This update's almost 2 years old, but we're playing with the experimental toggle. Okay. So it's still infinitely looping, but it's actually opening the door, so that's cool. So maybe we don't actually need to fire this. These guys in this version, we can just do this loop a few times and stop it at some point, which is supposed to stop itself, but it's failing. It's still hideous at the moment, but that's fine. It's functioning. So, why aren't you stopping? Goes through this. The initial case turns this on and doesn't continue the circuit. At least it shouldn't. I don't think it does. Let me double check. I'm like pretty sure it doesn't. Stop. Okay. Correct. So this guy turns the bulb on, pushes this up, doesn't do the comparator. Oh right, if you don't know the copper bulb, essentially what it does is it's a toggle, right? So if this is on, like that, and you get a comparator output from it. And if it's off, then you don't. And that's essentially how it's used. And of course, you can mix in other stuff like this and make it terrible. In a good way. Then, okay, so the next time this turns on, it turns this off and pushes it up, and then this turns off and pulls it down. So I think it's just... that the loop is not... the final loop is not hitting it at the right time because it's... because of the delay or whatever. So it's... done with doing chore. Good. Good job. Hmm. Okay. Somehow we need to detect when this third one's come down, or count it or something. So honestly, like, if this loop is going well, I think we don't necessarily need to wait for this. Not entirely sure. Like, if I was to... no, maybe we... I think we do, actually. So I think what we can do is have you be here. Come on, come on, come on. You be here, have you look at... does this need to run after being powered? So we can go like that, I guess. Speed after this is powered, but before this is depowered. Which, that might be too much of a delay. It's absolutely too much of a delay. we would want it to be... Oh, okay, yeah. So this ends up being 3 ticks as well. So basically, this one takes a tick to turn on after seeing that. This one, so that's 1, 2, 3, 4, and then this one. So that should be the same as this. Might still be too slow, but hopefully not. And we can always make this 1 tick longer if need be. That will make this fire every time, but I think that's okay. And so we can do... It's getting a little funky. Whoops. Yeah, this seems serious, yeah. Hey Junk, welcome, good morning. You also have a chore. Good luck. But yes, it is serious. Serious braining. So opening sequence is awful. Oh, that doesn't make it. The ass turned off, so yeah, it wasn't fast enough. So what we need is need a way to get up here in like 2 ticks, I think. Oh, but this wouldn't have started yet, so it's still a problem. Maybe we just put that on 4 then and see how that goes. So 16 plus 8 is 24. Okay, so that's just starting to fire. This is not on yet. We can 2 fire. That's gonna start unpowering the bottom one just started firing. I think this one is currently firing. Yep, we're still short. No block faster. I don't think so. I don't think so. If this were dust, maybe. I don't think so, but maybe. Oh, it worked. Just enough. I'll take unfreeze, I guess. Nice. Okay. So we got that, and then that would fire again normally. Okay, perfect. So let's get the bulb back. In there. The problem is stopping it still. And that will also fire RT1 other times, but I think that's okay. me think. The next time RT1 fires, this guy's RT1 fires is well, he's RT. Next time he fires is when the iron bar should be above it. I think. Because this is after this guy fires. I think it'll work. But then this turning off is still a problem. But if it opens the whole door before it starts breaking, I guess that's good. Okay. I think that was correct. I'm gonna do it one more time just to see. Other than the loop. So what we want to see in terms of this bulb turns on and is pushed up, then it's pulled down, then it's turned off and pushed up and then pulled down. And at the second point when it's pulled down is when it's supposed to turn off for good. So we have to see why it turns on again. I think it turns on again. Not sure. All this due to Minecraft not understanding alignment. Alignment? What do you mean? Just told Cat the gapped door is peak. For real, no cap. 6767 nab. What is the gap door? Oh, the iron door in there. No, it looks stupid. I hate it. We'll figure this out and it'll be awesome. Turns on. Turns off. Wait, why is it busting out? Oh, what? Hold on a second. How did that happen? Okay. Let's try that again. It got, yeah, pushed, turned on again. I'm not sure why. And it didn't finish the sequence before then, which is concerning. Because it should. Okay. Freeze it from the beginning. Quick step. 24. That should do this tick. So we're just now turning this one on, which means we are at it means this has been on for 1 tick. So this will continue being on for 8 plus 3. So 11 ticks. Redstone ticks. So that will cause it to be on for... Oh right, that flicks when it's off too. I don't think that's a problem. At least not right now. So that will be 10 more. Okay. We've gotten that. Good, good. Oh. Is this going to fire next? Okay, good. So that fires. And this turning on it is fine. So this does T1, which pulls this down. Yeah, that should pull that down. That pulls that out. This will power, which doesn't do anything. This will power, which will get this set up to grab the next one. Hey, see ya, Gabriel. That's all okay so far. And then why did that trigger? Oh, it was turned off and pushed up. Right. So that would trigger it. Ooh, Those are pulled down at the same time in this instance, which is not what we want. Because that prevents the bottom one from pulling down the middle one, so... I don't think that will work, but I'm not entirely sure. Hi, Gabriel. Okay. Or actually, yeah. Not entirely sure what happened there. So... I think... once this is turned off, I should just destroy it and see where we are. Okay. I think that's where we want to be. There. And then we want to essentially power this one. To get that, and then this guy. Back from my job. Feels like summer outside and it's only the first day of spring. Happy spring, I've been noticing. It's getting warm, I don't like it. But happy spring. See how hot is it? It's been like warm mornings. My phone has no internet access. There we go. It's gonna be 16 degrees. That's annoying. Celsius. Already 76 up here, yeah. That's crazy. It's crazy. I don't like it. I don't like it at all. I'll get used to it. But I took my fuzzy blanket off a couple days ago and it's still waking up. Too warm. Yeah, brutal fire season. We got no snowpack. No. It's terrible. It just keeps getting worse and worse. Okay, now we gotta figure out why in the heck. So it is getting to where we want. We gotta figure out why it's not stopping. I had to turn the AC on a few times. It's so hot in the evenings. Oh, yeah. I was tempted to last night and I didn't do it, but I will be running the AC all summer as usual, I'm sure. I am really surprised that my air conditioner hasn't just freaking died on me, because it's been constantly on all summer for like 3 years now. I should probably just have someone come out and take a look and make sure it's still okay or something before the summer rush. The hot sheep, yeah, I hate the heat. It affects me way too hard. It's like, it's not that cold doesn't affect me. Like, I'm pretty cold right now, not like terribly. Like, my fingers and stuff get freezing cold, but I prefer that to being warm at all. Okay. So what happens here? What causes this to do its thing? So to turn this on, it's 24 ticks plus 6, so I think 30 ticks to turn that on. Oh, I did not add these. So 34 ticks turns this on. Pretty cold. Right now, like, also cold. That was a difficult one. 6, 2. Okay, so this will pull this down. Then I think 2 in order to get to there, and then it's 34 to loop back. Okay. Okay. Oh. Huh. find this very strange, and I don't really know what to do about it. I don't want to add another one, but I can. It did end up getting powered again, pulling that down, which does work, but it's a little off kilter. Okay. That's two more than I wanted to be at, but that's fine. Okay. Okay. No. We don't want that. It's pushing it up. Before it's pushing it up when it shouldn't. Yeah, no. Not quite there yet. Do I have this in the wrong spot? Is that the problem? I don't think so, but maybe I do. So right, it should do that second loop. And the ideal would be to do the loop so that it powers us on while it's still on, and that's not happening, I think. Right. So what is the problem with that? Okay, so okay, so this time it turns this off, right? We're currently at here. So next tick, this goes into here, and this turns off. This did not go into here, but this did turn off. How did that happen? Oh, it takes a tick to go through a block. That's right. Okay. That lives the printer. And she just like loaf on top of it. I'm doing a lot of casts to do that. I'm not sure why, because like I'd get it if it was warm, but they generally aren't. Okay, so this is currently there. This is going to... Oh, it's going to take too long powering this to make it in time, I think. It almost made it. Yep, it depowers right then. And then 2 more ticks. It turns back on. So So if we could do this in less time, that would be perfect, but I don't think we can. We'll try it. We'll try it. That might fix it. Sounds and stuff moving inside just fascinates her, so when it starts the self-clean before print, she runs faster than she does when she hears the cheese stick wrapper. Oh, I see. That's funny. Can she actually see them move? Well, it does stop. It doesn't work. Oops. I have to put that back. That's important. Hey, that did it. That was everything we needed. Nice. I mean, it's not the full open sequence, but this circuit did its job completely. We just need to then fire this guy. And then this guy. Oh, and then fire this guy again. Mm-hmm. We could put this guy over here too as an option. I think like the closing sequence is essentially like that, so we want to doop. And then maybe have like this. The entire closing sequence can just be contained right here. Just repeats those back and forth. Not the entire closing sequence. This needs to be shot at some point too. Okay, so how do we get all of this connected such that such that we can detect when this circuit has completed? Not entirely sure, but I do feel like we've gotten like a lot further than this circuit got, or this version. Which is good. This doesn't actually need to be one ticked either. We can always do this with something else. So how do we detect when this is off? I think some combination of this repeater, this bulb, and this comparator, which technically is just representing the bulb state, can probably tell us when this is off. Clearly. Well, the reason why this might not do it is that it could be like, because obviously these are all off right now. If we say like all these being off and the bulb being in this position means that the circuit is done. But maybe this state happens at another point during the circuit's operation, right? So we need to determine if that's the case or not. It doesn't seem to be. That got really funny. Okay, so it more or less is true that all these being off constitutes it being done. The problem is that there was a point at which this was not on yet. Like they were all off. I think. But this might have been in motion. So that would have been fine. They're also off for a while before it gets started. Like, okay. That's actually okay. So, yeah, the main thing is that these when these are all off, that's fine, but we have to detect the initial state. Or we have to detect when they first turn on. Right? So like I think the first thing to happen is this one moves. Right? No. The first thing that happens is this turns on. Or they happen at the same time, I'm not totally sure. Then so we can say that after this turns on once, then we're like armed, right? We arm the thing to be triggerable. And then once all these turn off, then it triggers. Somehow we set up a thing to do that. And it also will reset itself, obviously. And we can have this trigger in a way such that this has like, this sees something turn on, and then that fires, and then this has a little delay before it turns on after this, and then this turns off so it fires again. Still here, I see you found a way. Move a door size tool. Yep, we're getting pretty close. This circuit works. We're getting the last bit of the opening sequence in. So I think probably an easy quote-unquote way to arm this would just be to have this push a block, and then everything being off, could somehow trigger it so that power flows through this block. So when everything's off, we're powering some dust here or something. That kind of notion. but I don't know quite how I want to do that. But it does have to have, like, we do have to have this one off as well, which technically this is powered. I mean, the piston arm will be up. Maybe that's enough. I'm not too sure. But anyways, my thought was that then we can power this to push it down, but that doesn't work because this will power that to push it down. Granted, this can be glass and that will fix that. So let's get cyan glass. Except that will cause that to not be powered, so we need 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, that's fine. That'll work. Circuit looks a lot like a redstone circuit. It is a redstone circuit. I'll be right back real quick. Bathroom. Okay, I'm back. elevator medium to that it died almost already. Yeah, I tried to figure out how to loop it before, and there isn't a built-in option for it, which is really stupid. So maybe I can figure one out, but I haven't put in time for that yet. Anyways, back. We are gotta figure out this part and how I can power this. But unfortunately, it's very limited space-wise, so maybe I should do it like this instead. Or no, it's magenta. Background too, yeah. Thank you. See if we can figure this out. All we need some way to recognize all these being off. Can't put a torch on this because it will power this. But it can be glass, and then I can put a torch on it. Okay. So now that's inverted. Now all we need is to know that this block is here, which is not an easy thing to know. And then this is off as well, which is easier to know. Wait, come on. So we can do that. Oh shoot. We can do that, but we need to change this first. Okay. We could also put that here. I don't... Yeah, okay, never mind. That does affect that. Wasn't totally sure. Okay. So... don't yet know how I want to put power through this and whatnot, but we'll figure that out once I figure out if this is good enough. Okay, let's see points at which this turns on. It's on pretty much the whole time. Turns off very rarely. So it's not good enough. We really need to determine state of the bulb, unfortunately. It's perhaps what I get for using just silly circuit. Another... No, that wouldn't work. Okay. So... how do we determine where the bulb is? Or how do we replace this circuit with something that gives us both pieces of information a little easier? I don't think there is such an option, but at least play with the bulb a bit. Okay, so firstly, the bulb go here. And technically, we could just have one that mirrors this bulb. Except this would happen a lot more often. Because it would see the piston head retract. Yeah. But I suppose we could just do it as this and then it would mirror it, right? Sorta. Mirroring it wouldn't be bad because then we could just have it like be the opposite, right? Which I guess in theory, we can just do like that to mirror it. And have this one be on. We could probably even have it so that it's on and up. Right? Yeah. Which would probably be good. Problem being, it would send a blip into here, which we wouldn't want. But it could be on this side. And we just have the comparator for it go over top of this, which won't matter at all. Okay. So we do that, and then have like that, and then have the magenta wool like that. That'll work. We still need to push this down. I think we can do that. Put that there, put that there. And so this going up would then oh wait, when does this go down? This will go down. If it's at the exact same time, it might be okay. If it's after, it's not going to be okay though. And it's also not going to drop it. It's going to put it up and then pull it back down. So that's not it's not good, I think. Okay, so how do we arm this properly? When this one first turns on, maybe this one? I think it would be the same, but we can do it with an observer. So that will be this might work, it might not work. I'm not totally sure because it will take some time for it to push the thing up as well and allow power to go through it. So I think it will probably work. Then how does it zero tick place things? If it's retraction or extension, that's 0. I think it's retraction. Oh wait, yeah, no, this is a regular thing, so it doesn't matter. I wouldn't have pulled it back anyways. I'm dumb. But would it have been... would it have been too late to do it? No, I think it's fine. Okay, we'll stick to this then. Oh. Huh? Really? They moved the timing section. There's a little timing on the main page, but never mind, it's not on this page either. How long does it take to retract? Extension takes 2 game ticks to finish when it extends. Blah 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 blah. The head retracts. It takes 2 game ticks to finish. What? I thought one of them was instant. Is it because I'm looking at piston instead of sticky piston? Are they different? Or no whole word. Mm-hmm. They definitely changed the wording. It's a lot more technical now, and I don't know if that means that it's changed how it functions. Because it talks about like the event delay and stuff now. Well, start delay, which I assume is related to event delay. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I don't know, whatever. Okay. Important thing is, we will test it and find out. Let's get this guy. And so all we need to do is have this. Oh, we don't want those to connect actually. I can make this wool come out more. No problems there. 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4. And then this one. have to probably move too, but not until I think about it. So want this guy to be delayed. I guess that works. No, that doesn't work. It would need to be 2 tick delay. Oh, this might not actually work. We could do it this way. As long as we have something where this won't power it, but this needs to be solid, so I don't think there's a way around that. Can't actually move this over. I don't think. Not 100% sure on that, but I don't think so. Because, yeah, we have to power this guy. shoot, I am muted. Sorry. How long have I been muted? Yes, please distract me. I almost had it there. It's just that this block was powering this one unnecessarily. Oh no, I just got here. Fair enough, fair enough. So we have to avoid that. But if I go over there, then it attaches to this. What's wrong with being here again? Oh yeah, piston next to that. Thought your throat was hurting? Nah, my throat's okay. I should probably drink some water. I've only had an energy drink today. Yeah, let me go get some water real quick. Okay, Mac. Sorry. Took me a bit to find my mug. Okay. So... Oh, wait. You know what we could probably do? We could put it here. And then... Being past this is annoying. Oh. Yeah, but if I put a delay, then it doesn't work. At least I don't think so. Guess we'll find out. Reset? You're reset. Did it turn on? I wasn't looking. God dang it. I had one job. Oh, it's not even like... It's not even pushing it up. Well, that's not good. Yep, it's turning it on. Doing that blip. We don't want that blip. That's bad. Only way to get rid of it would be to have less delay here, which I suppose we could do if we just did like a single one here. That would work, technically. Why has that extended? Oh, this one. All right. Try that again. I don't think it triggered, but I did not see. I forgot to look again because I'm stupid. I keep forgetting what I'm doing. Definitely lunchtime. No, it's still triggered. Oh right, we would want it to trigger not earlier. We don't want it to trigger later on. Right, that's right. I'm stupid. It might work. That part still works. Nope, still blips. I feel like this will work. At least with this on 3, maybe with it on 2. You know what? I don't even need these here. It didn't blip. We'll try it with the 2. Oh wait, I do actually need those there, don't I? Maybe. No, it's just... I need those there to move them. So it's fine. That did blip, though. So it needs to be a 3. Oh no, it still blipped. I just didn't see it the first time. Glad I double checked, I guess. I don't think I'd want it to be 4. I don't think it would work if it was 4. Maybe we can just delay it a little further. I wonder if this being budded would actually work. Because this, powering this, buds this. So then would this turning off cause it to update? If it does, that would be perfect. I don't think it will, though. I don't remember the distance for repeaters. It didn't. Oops. Okay, that should technically work. It still blips. Two. There we go. That didn't blip. but it does leave it powered on. Which is not good. How is this powered? Oh. This being strongly powered powers this. Crap. And that's unfortunately unavoidable. I think. Yeah. Once we move this over. Oh, this has to be glass. Okay, I think that does that. No blip. It does power this. This is still stuck up for some reason. Why? Is even weakly powering this cause it to be powered? Because if that's the case, we're kind of boned. I assume that's the problem. Yes. So even weakly powering this block powers this one. What do we do then? Then do it sideways. But be able to push it back into place. Maybe we can, oops, adjust this. Put this one over here. And essentially right, we need to flip this around. So this one is here. Like that, okay. Now, should be able to just have that, maybe. So you're currently there. You can all get returns. And then we try it again. Didn't flip. Good, good, good. Still working. No. Right. So this works. So basically what we want to do is say that when there we go. I want that to trigger it needs to be 2 up though. Not screws with that, god dang it. want this one to fire before this one. Without triggering this or that. No matter where I put wool, it'll connect if there's dust, so we need to not use dust, I guess. We can't use anything that'll be powered by this. I can't use a observer facing that way because that'll power this. Not 100% on this, so let me try this real quick. Can I think this will trigger, but just to test. Yeah. The one thing I can think of is a piston. We could put a piston here. It would be here, actually. Because that won't trigger from this. It can, but I don't think it will. Actually, let me test. Because it is dust, so it might. It doesn't. So I should probably test specifically if this setup does, because this dust might. Doesn't seem to. Cool. So that should work. We can do that piston. That'll be 2 ticks after the piston moves to get that. So we need to do this one in two plus 2 for the retraction. So in is that 2 redstone ticks for the retraction or 1? Probably 2. Granted, I guess we could just leave this powered. So we could like if we put a right, that would cause that to power, of course, I'm stupid. So we need to 2, 3, 4, 5. That might power this piston though. I think we'll have to do it like this. That should maybe work, probably. Gross but functional. Then if we put a observer line out here, then that should cause that to unpower. Yup. Gross. As long as it works. That didn't fire. Needs more delay. 6. 3, 4, 5. Three, 4, 5. 5, 6. Oops. Okay. Yay. It worked. Like this is these above this, right? So this is fine. Nice. Oh, I got the opening sequence working. Then fitting the closing sequence in here would be really difficult. It's small at least, but we need to fire this one and then this one. Which fired that, that's fine. And then we alternate these. That one, that one, that one, that one, that one, that one. right. Oh, I think I overdid it a little bit. Fire that one, and then we have to fire we have to fire either the bottom or we can fire this for 1 tick. Should probably be the better option if I can get to it. It'll be easier on the other side. Probably not. But I'm sure there's a way to hit that. I guess we could just technically push this one in with a sticky piston and that would make it work. I think we could say I think we would probably try to push this in every time we want to fire this one. Yeah, that should work. The problem is that if there is something in the way here. Oh. Oh, that's a real problem. Okay, bad idea. So yeah, we probably don't want to do that. We can just do it this way. Have some sort of line here which handles it somehow. I think I'm done for today though. We'll figure the rest out. another time, or I'll figure it out or whatever. We'll see. And hopefully I can compact it, maybe. Or maybe I won't care. I don't know. It's a one-off thing anyways. I am annoyed with how long it takes in this sequence, though. So I do kind of wonder if there might be a way to make that better. But I can deal with that another time. I think this went pretty well. It went better than last time, at least. But I am done for today. I'm hungry. I'm gonna get food. So thank you all for coming. I will see you tomorrow with Slime Rancher. Bye bye. Have a good one. Bye.